All right, welcome to the Hot Shop to those who just joined in. I want to give you an overview as to what we'll be working on today, but I do want to start off by pointing out my closed captioning on the screen. The echo in here can make it a little bit hard to understand what I'm saying, so I just want to point that out before I continue. But we have our resident Hot Shop team on the floor today. They are going to be working on a kids design glass project, and somewhere in this slideshow you'll see this design. It is a spider eating a small piece of pizza. Pizza eating spider. And this is going to be kind of a bluish greenish piece of glass. Usually they will make, well, every time they make two of the kids design glass. One of them goes home with a family who is watching us make this piece. And then one of them will stay here at the Museum of Glass and it'll be displayed along with some other kids design glass pieces. So I just want to kind of talk about what the artists are doing as they get started. So this tank with the closed door in the back, this is our glass furnace. This is where we start all of our projects. It's holding a crucible filled with the molten clear glass that we work with. And this is a soda lime glass, so soda ash, limestone, mostly silica sand is melted down in this tank. And it's quite like the texture of honey when we first pull it out of the tank and start working with it. Sitting at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a super impressive amount of heat. So we are already getting our first bits of color. We use a couple of different methods of coloring glass, but in this particular instance, we are using something called frit, which are basically these shards of colored glass. And the colors come from different metals, minerals, oxides mixed into the clear glass mixture, and then it's melted down and broken into these smaller pieces called frit. So we're just picking that up on the outside of our clear, and it'll create almost a speckled layer of color on the outside of our piece. And to start shaping this glass, we are rolling it on the marver, this metal table. And this is just solid glass, by the way. This is not a piece that's going to be blown up in particular. Also, just to point out, we every once in a while we'll have these hands-on experiences as well on the hot shop floor. So we do have a bench where we have that going on. People pay to come down on the floor and make a small item. Usually it's something like a paperweight or a float or an ornament or even a small bowl. So that's something that you guys can look into and look forward to if you are interested. Now, at the center bench, Sarah was letting that glass cool down a little bit and is now able to gather a layer of clear over top of that color. We always let that previous layer cool down so we have kind of a solid core within the new gather. And while this glass is still hot, she's rolling and pushing that glass against the table to push all that clear to the front, just creating a very thin layer of clear. So just in case you guys in the back didn't hear Gabe's explanation, he was telling us what he's going to do with this piece of glass. They're going to be getting some green glass over top of this white and then clear layer, and they will be stretching out this entire solid piece of glass into a long, thin rod, basically, and then cutting this up into segments to create the individual legs for the spider. Yeah, a lot of these kids design glass pieces are made in multiple parts, and then they have to bring these parts together because they end up being pretty complicated designs. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We are working on a Kids Design glass piece right now. And can we have that image up on the screen to show off the Kids Design glass? Yeah, could I have today's Kids Design glass design? Thank you. All right, so now I have it up on the screen. This is the piece that we are working on today. If you would like to take a look, it is a spider eating a slice of pizza. We also have some closed captioning up on the screen. I know my voice can get kind of echoey inside of the cone, so hopefully this helps us out. And our designer's actually here with us watching us make this piece. We do make 2 of these pieces each time. One of them goes home with the family and one of them stays here at the Museum of Glass. So if anyone knows any kids who are 12 and under, this is a really good opportunity. They just submit a drawing to the museum and it has a chance to turn into a piece of glass. Yeah, you guys just got a glimpse of what we're making today. Yeah. We're working on the legs of the spider right now. We're starting with kind of the smaller details of the piece, and then we'll make the larger main body and bring all the pieces together. So this piece of glass that we're working with right now is actually green. It's just a little bit hard to tell because of how hot it is. It's radiating a lot of light, kind of like lava. But when we see that glass stretch out and then cool down, we should see the color a little bit better. So Sarah went through the process of heating this glass up multiple times over and kind of cooling it in particular areas, especially cooling the very end inside of that bucket of water. And this just gives her kind of a handle to grab onto without stretching that area out too quickly. And now they're able to stretch this out into our spider legs. So they are immediately breaking this off into sections, and you can already see that green color a lot better. I was pointing out earlier it has to cool down first before we can see that color. And we are laying this out onto a heated metal tool. It's going to kind of cradle them. And this is being placed inside of the garage. The garage, this large silver box, is going to keep the glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so we could just pull those pieces out one by one later on and attach them to the body of our spider. Yeah, I do want to mention this creation of the Kids Design glass designs, those drawings that are sent in. This happens once a month. They'll choose a design and make these pieces, which I want to show that piece off once again. Let's have that image up on the screen, please. Yeah, could I please have the Kids Design glass for today up on the screen? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen this yet, I think you guys didn't see it yet. That design is up on the screen now. So once again, we're working on those legs first, and then we will move on to some of the other details and eventually create that body. And I do have a video talking about the program more in depth, and it has some of the kids that were able to get their designs made, kind of talking about what that experience was like. So let's see that Kids Design glass video, please. Yeah, sometimes it just takes a moment, so give it a sec. Yeah, could we use the Kids Design glass video, please? All right, I guess I'll have to ask for it later. I'm sorry, guys. It happens. Now we're just continuing to put any piece of glass we make inside of the garage, keeping it warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit once again. And it looks like this time we have pulled out a blowpipe. We may start working with some hollow pieces of glass pretty soon. We've picked up our first leg. And we have to be careful with this piece of glass. If we heat it up too much, then the glass will start to melt onto or into itself and turn back into a ball of glass. So we'll heat it up very lightly until it's almost a taffy-like texture, and then we can just push it into the shape we want. Yeah, I love to compare glass blowing with candy making. So when we are trying to heat something up to a certain point, no matter if we want it just slightly bendable or completely molten, we're usually looking for movement, sometimes color, but more so just movement. We can kind of see how it falls on the end of the pipe. It is always going to be just about below 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Like them heating up the end of the glass like this, they made it almost completely molten again. But usually it's just above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe up to about 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Otherwise, we do start to lose that shape if it gets too hot. Yeah, they don't really talk about specific temperatures too often because, yeah, once again, it's more so just like looking for movement. So this time we've heated up just the center of that glass rod, trying to bend it into that spider leg shape. I haven't mentioned this torch super specifically yet, but I always like to talk about it when they use it. This torch can get up to really high temperatures. I'm sure you could tell based off of that bright blue flame, but this can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I've been told. And that is twice the heat, at least, of the molten glass itself at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So we can very quickly heat up small sections at a time. This is super important for sculpting so that we're not heating up the entire thing and losing shapes in other areas. So we could still see a difference between colors. It's just we won't see the true color until we are completely finished. And we always start with a color that we know what it's going to be already anyways. And so, for example, this isn't exactly what they use, but I always consider these close enough. These rods of colored glass. In the hot shop, these would be cane, kind of like candy cane. They would lay them out on a tray side by side, and they would heat them up lightly and then kind of pick them up on the end of a pipe or on the end of a bubble to create stripes. And they can do so many different things with just those straight stripes to begin with. They could twist them in different directions. They get sort of zigzag patterns. They can crisscross lines to create reticello, which is a really kind of famous glass pattern. It's kind of that netting design, I guess, is the best way to describe it. And yeah, it's really complex, but we can always see kind of a contrast between the colors. We just might not be able to see the true final color. Well, I mean, you lose heat pretty quickly, which is why we're going back and forth between the bench and the furnace so frequently. But yeah, I mean, it depends on the thickness of the glass too. Like, these are pretty small pieces of glass, but they are solid. So we have an okay amount of working time on them. And we also have these torches. But if you want to work on a multi-day project, you can actually make a piece of glass in the hot shop. You can set it aside, let it cool down overnight, and then you can work with it cold and get different designs in the glass by kind of grinding or sandblasting into the glass. And then you can heat it back up again. And a good example of this is the sea turtle that you'll see in the galleries. And it's just incredibly impressive, the amount of detail that's on it, and that's because it's a multi-day project. When I say multi-day, it doesn't just mean a few days. It could be like months of working on a piece of glass. But yeah, you can make basically anything you can imagine out of glass, and people discover new techniques all the time or use different techniques in different ways. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. I wanted to share that we're working on a kids design glass piece, which you seem like you might know what that is already, right? Yeah, no? No? Okay, so a kids design glass, kids 12 and younger can submit a drawing to the museum and it has the chance to turn into a piece of glass. So the one that we're working on today is a sort of pizza eating spider. It's going to be a green spider, has a little slice of pizza, and we're working on the legs of that spider right now, which is why you're seeing a lot of small detail work. We're doing a lot of intricate sculpting. And we are basically sculpting the legs. We'll set them aside, keep them warm, and then we will be able to make the body and bring all these pieces together. Now, we will make 2 of these. One of them goes home with the family, and then one of them stays at the Museum of Glass to go on display. And yeah, once again, we do this once a month. So if you know any kids who are 12 and younger, then definitely get them into this program. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined. We're working on a kids design glass piece, which I did a little explanation of that when you guys were coming in. Did you manage to hear that? We will do these kids design glass pieces once a month. Basically, any kid 12 and under can submit a drawing to the museum, and it has a chance to turn into a piece of glass on the hot shop floor. One of them will go home with the family, and then one of them will stay here at the museum. And that's why we have that entire art alley filled with the kids design glass pieces. It's something we do pretty frequently. And yeah, it's a completely free program. So if you know anyone 12 and under, then definitely get them into it. Yeah, once again, we are working on a green spider that's going to be holding a slice of pizza. I wish I could show you the image. I will eventually when I can. But it's really cute. And yeah, we're just working on sculpting the legs at the moment. So that's what we are kind of zoomed in on the screen, the right bench over there. We're working on another individual leg. And once we have all these legs made, we're continuously setting them aside to stay warm inside of the garage, which is a silver box over here. And that keeps them at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that sounds like more than warm, but it's not hot enough to melt the glass, not cold enough to let it break from thermal shock. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Hi. We are working on a kids design glass piece today, which, let's see that drawing up on the screen again, please. I haven't been able to show this off for a little while. I've just been doing my best to describe it. It's a green spider holding a piece of pizza, like he's about to eat that slice of pizza. And the designer of this drawing is in the audience, able to watch us create this piece. We create two of these pieces. One of them goes home with the family, and one of them stays here at the Museum of Glass to be displayed. That section of the museum called Art Alley that is filled with kids design glass pieces. So those are all really good examples. And it's a completely free program, so I highly recommend, if anyone's curious, just submit a drawing and it has a chance to be turned into a piece of glass. And let's see that design up on the screen, please. Thank you. So that design is up on the screen now for those who haven't seen it yet. So it's designed by Milo, who's 8 years old. And of course, I'm sure a lot of you guys could tell, but we are working on the legs of the spider right now in the hot shop. And soon we will start working on some other details. I assume the pizza will be made separately, and then we'll create the body and attach everything together. Yeah. All these pieces of glass have a lot of detail to them, and so we create them in multiple sections and kind of bring them together, and it ends up taking up a bit of time. So hopefully we can make both of these in one day today, but the more complicated, the more interesting it is. Just to give you guys a little overview of the hot shop, Gabe in the back, kind of in the middle of these two benches, just used our glass furnace. And this is a large ceramic tank or crucible sitting inside of that tank itself, filled with molten clear glass. So we'll always start with a layer of clear on the end of our pipe and continue from there. We'll cover it with colored glass, might just leave it clear depending on the project. In this case, we've been using a lot of frit, which are basically these shards of colored glass that create a speckled layer of color across the piece. And it looks like we might be getting started on the body at the center bench. So this is, once again, our first blowpipe that we're seeing them use today. So that means we're going to blow this piece of glass out and make it into a hollow body for our spider. So Gabe has started with a clear bubble of glass. He'll let this sit and get kind of cold. And Sarah is heating up some solid colored glass on the end of a pipe. So this process you'll see in just a moment, this is called a color drop or a color overlay. It's how we get an even layer of very smooth appearing color across our entire piece. So any piece you see in the galleries that appears to be just one color, it's usually just a thin layer of color sandwiched between layers of clear. So this is that color that Sarah was working with. Looks like we'll be sectioning it off, just using half of it. And Ben's finished another spider leg, which he's carrying over to the garage, this large silver box right here. And this is just keeping all of those individual legs warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, once again. So we'll just pull those out one by one later on and start attaching them. And next, we bring that color over. It's completely warmed up, and we're dropping it on top of that clear bubble. And Gabe's next step is going to be pushing and rolling this color back until it completely covers up that clear, which creates, once again, just that thin layer of color. And this is going to be a green spider. This is just a kind of a base layer, this white, and then we'll put a transparent green on top, and it's going to make the piece seem more opaque than if we were to just do a transparent green on its own. That's the idea behind it. So we'll sometimes layer multiple layers of color to get special effects. Yeah, so I want to share once again that we're working on a kids design glass piece, and this is something we do once a month. We will choose a drawing that was designed and submitted by a kid 12 and under, and this is a completely free program. I want to point it out once again. And let's see the image of our spider that we're working on today real quick, please. Yeah, could we see the image of the spider that we're working on today, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, we have that design now. And the designer of this piece is actually in the audience watching us make it. Luckily, we will always invite that family back to watch the piece be created. We'll create two of them. One of them will stay with the family and go home with them. And then one of them stays at the Museum of Glass, and it'll be displayed at some point in the future. So yeah, once again, we are working on all these different components. Over on the right, Ben is still finishing off the legs of the spider, which is why he's working with such small, thin pieces of glass. This is a very small sculptural detail, so they'll have to be careful later on not to melt that design in. And at the center bench, it looks like we're getting started on the body of the spider. So that's what we can kind of expect overall. Thank you. All right, so the way that we've been getting our green for this piece, whether it's the legs, whether it's the body like we're working on now, we have started with that base layer of white, and then to get the green, we are rolling inside of a dish that's filled with basically these little shards of colored glass, which stick to the surface of the heated glass and creates a layer of color. So we'll have, once again, that transparent green on top and then that white underneath, which will make the piece appear opaque. So basically, well, almost everything you see them working with, the tables, the pipes, some of the tools, they're all made out of stainless steel. Yeah, we have a huge variety of tools, but a lot of them are stainless steel. And it looks like we're about to use a wooden tool at the center bench called a block, which you can see Sarah holding. It's a wooden spoon-shaped tool. It's going to kind of smooth and even out the surface of the glass and make the bubble blow out evenly from within all this glass. So, interestingly enough, we keep these tools saturated in water, that block specifically, and this helps prevent them from burning when we use them on the glass. It's hopefully just creating a layer of steam in between the wood and the piece. So for the body, this is going to be pretty spherical shaped. We're blowing this bubble out and creating the jack line at the same time. The jack line is basically this divot that we have forming near the end of the pipe using the jacks, those two metal blades. We're squeezing down. And this is where we're going to break this bubble off of the pipe later on. Yeah, so once again, you'll usually see the glass artist working on multiple benches at the same time, working on different components to eventually bring together. Ben is getting started on the right bench on some of the detailing of the pizza. So he's using these rods of colored glass to start off with, and he's also using this small handheld torch to apply. It's pretty hot. It can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but it's at a little bit of a lower setting. He's heating up very, very small sections of glass at a time using this torch. So that is the most important thing that this torch can do, is it can help with this small detailed sculpting. And this is easily comparable flame working. This is flame working in a hot shop. And I love to compare this to the insects that you'll see in the galleries when you go through the galleries. Those are all made using a smaller torch as well. Probably just a different setup in general. Also at the center bench, we have attached a pipe to the other end of our spherical shape, and we broke that entire bubble or piece off of its original pipe. The idea behind this is just to kind of flip the orientation of the piece so we can start working on the other side. And we still have a lot of details to make for this piece. We have those really big beady eyes. We have a mouth that's going to have some teeth inside of it. So we have this small opening in our blown piece at the center bench. And once again, this is going to be the mouth for a spider. And we do have some other small details that we're going to add to this section as well. We'll be adding some white teeth to the front of the mouth, of course. And we'll be using a stringer to do this. We're using stringers continuously for all of these smaller details, such as the eyes, and the pizza itself is so small that they're also using stringers for the entire thing. And I say stringer, but basically it's this small stick of colored glass or a strand of colored glass, depending on the thickness. So the pizza is tiny. It's like this long and this thick. It's teeny tiny. We set it aside in the garage, this box, once again. We're just keeping the little piece of pizza warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that it doesn't break while we make the rest of the spider. And it looks like we're getting started on the eyes next. So this is a black stringer or black rod of colored glass. We're heating up the end of it, and you can see that we're tilting the rod so that the glass kind of falls onto itself and forms a ball. And we use the flame to cut the glass and physically apply it to the piece. And we're using a butter knife to flatten that out. Yeah, we'll use a variety of sculpting tools, just basically whatever works we will use. Yeah, could we have our Kids Design glass up on the screen again real quick, please? Thank you. So for those who just joined in, I wanted to show off this image up on the screen so you could compare it to what you're seeing on the hot shop floor. As you can see, we are creating a pizza-eating spider, and this is designed by Milo. He is sitting up in the front. We are going to create two of these pieces of glass, actually. We are going to have one that stays at the museum and gets put on display eventually, and then we'll have one that goes home with the family. And yeah, we do this Kids Design glass once a month. So please, if anyone is interested, has any kids who are 12 and younger, I recommend this program. It's completely free as well to just submit a drawing, and it has a chance to be turned into glass. And it's not like a one-time submission either. You can submit as many times as you want, create as many designs as you want. And next we're heating up a small white stringer, which we're going to use to add a little bit of shine to the eyes. And while we have a little bit of time, I want to show off the Kids Design Glass video. I haven't played this yet today, but it talks about the program a little bit more in depth, and it has some kids talking about their experiences in the program. So let's see the Kids Design Glass video, please. Yeah, can we have the Kids Design Glass video, please? Thank you.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, I've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or they're supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a fun history on Kids Design Glass and just a little bit more information about it. And we have just gotten a glimpse of the finished face. So we finished the mouth, we finished the eyes, and it looks like we'll get started on pulling out some of those smaller pieces that we made earlier. Once again, the spider legs and the piece of pizza eventually as well. So we've brought over a heated tray out of the garage, which once again is that silver box. It's been keeping those legs warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have brought a couple of those legs over. We attached our first one. And the way that we do this is we don't want to heat up the entire thing, otherwise we start to lose our shape, so we use that smaller handheld torch. Heat up just a small section at a time. And yeah, we should have 8 of these to bring over and attach to our piece. Oftentimes, some extra legs will be made just in case some of them break, then we could just pull out an extra one. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. We are working on a Kids Design glass piece designed by Milo in the front. This is a spider eating pizza. So we are creating the green spider at the moment. And we have a teeny tiny little slice of pizza that we made out of glass as well, which I think we'll attach it pretty much at the very end. We'll bring it out and attach it to front leg. You know, let's see that design up on the screen again, please. I just want to make sure that you guys can kind of picture this. So we're already pretty far along. We've already got all of the individual components made, so we're just bringing those legs over one by one and attaching them to the piece. Thank you. Yeah, welcome back into the hot shop. I see some familiar faces have returned. Earlier you saw us making some of the smaller components for this piece, but we are working on putting everything together now. So we are basically finishing it off. We have all of our legs made. We have the pizza made. We'll just bring all these individual components over, and we're attaching them one by one using this handheld torch, heating up those connection points. So the furnaces and all the equipment along the wall uses natural gas, and the handheld torch we're using, this is the only thing that's using propane and oxygen, so creating a much hotter and focused flame. Oh yeah, I see some people looking over on the left side of the hot shop, so I just want to point out what they're doing over here real quick. This is kind of a hands-on experience or hands-on workshop, so people can pay to come down on the floor and make a small item of their own. So the people who are sitting and working over there on the bench, they don't necessarily know how to work with glass. They're being guided through the process. And I'm not sure exactly what they're making today, but sometimes they'll make some ornaments or paperweights or a float or even a small bowl, for example. And yeah, that's what's going on over there. I'm mostly just highlighting what's going on at the center bench, but if you have any further questions about that, feel free to let me know. So the artists that work on the floor full-time here, our resident hot shop team, they'll go through the images one by one and decide based off of that. I think that they kind of cycle through and take turns choosing a particular one themselves, but sometimes I think they decide together, and yeah. I think there are some things that can be done to increase chances, like if it's a drawing that's very stick-like or very spread out, then it's very hard to make. But if it's a singular animal or item, then it's a little bit easier. And other than that, I'm not exactly sure. I think it's all just up to their individual taste. I think that they're submitted at the front desk or in the education studio, and there are specific papers that they'll hand out that you fill out information on the back, and then the drawing's usually on the other side. But it can be just like you bring in a drawing, then they staple it to the paper, or so, you know, it's not super, super strict. Yeah, and what's fun is the family comes in and watches the piece made as long as they're able. So the kid who designed this piece of glass, Milo, he's up in the front watching this piece being made right now. And they get to take one of them home with them. 2 of them are made. Yeah, so now that we have all of the legs attached, Sarah's going in and heating up individual legs lightly and just moving them around to give it more motion or make it more exact to the photo that we were given. Also, just to point out, the people who are making this piece, they are professional glass artists. They've been working with glass for like 20 to 30 years individually, and they've been working together for a long time as well, so everything goes very smoothly. They make everything look very easy, but they have so much experience. Yeah, glass blowing's super teamwork oriented. It's really hard to blow glass on your own. There are people that do it. So this is going to be one of the very front legs. Now both of these front legs are going to be holding on to a tiny piece of pizza that has also been hand sculpted and set aside. So we have one more leg to bring over and then that piece of pizza, and then our project is pretty much complete. Now you'll notice every once in a while, especially as we're getting closer to the end of the project, we will start torching the clear glass that's attached to the pipe. This is the punty. The punty is the pipe that's attached to the piece, specifically to kind of just hold on to it as a handle. But this area gets pretty cold. It's the last thing going into the heat and the first thing coming out. And that pipe is pulling some of the heat from the glass. So this connection can actually crack if we're not careful. That's why we torch this area every once in a while. I always get people who ask about that, so I just wanted to share that information. Now we've brought over that last leg. So we got the colors in the very, very beginning of the process. We actually started with clear glass for every single component of the piece, the body, the legs. The only things that are pure color are the really small details like the eyes and the teeth. But the way that we got this color specifically is we have clear glass and then a layer of white glass and then a thin layer of clear glass and then a transparent layer of green. And because of this layering of colors, we don't have to use pure colored glass for the entire piece, which can be expensive. And I mean, why use pure color if you can just start with clear? And we used the opaque white and then the clear green on top to make the piece appear to be all opaque itself. So just kind of layering colors to get a little bit of a different effect. And the different colors themselves come from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass, such as a good example might be like copper oxide, which I assume will create a little bit of a greenish bluish color, like oxidized copper. And then an expensive example is gold chloride, which uses quite literal gold, and that creates a purplish pinkish color. That one's really nice. But we used these shards of colored glass. You can actually see those metal bowls are filled with kind of a fine textured glass. Yeah, color's super complicated, but it's really interesting. There's so many different ways to color the glass. So we have those front legs bent into the proper position, just continuously rebending, making sure everything is perfect before we move on. And to make sure that this stands evenly on those legs, we're pushing this against a wooden paddle, just acting as a flat surface. So that way when it's a finished product, it's not going to rock or be uneven. So we're getting close to adding that final detail. Yeah, this is a super tiny piece of glass that Ben sculpted, and it has even these really fine details of pepperoni circles on it, these tiny little red dots that were pushed onto the glass and then flattened out. So we've just added that to the front arms of the spider. Just touching up those front legs, making sure they're fully connected to that slice of pizza. Also, when this piece is done, the process isn't quite finished. It needs to go through a cooling cycle, which is usually about overnight. And then it also usually goes through a cold working process where they kind of grind and polish the glass. So this area where the clear glass is connected to the end of the spider, where we break that piece off of the pipe, there's going to be a little bit of clear glass left over from that connection. So that's the area that's usually worked on. Getting some final photos of the piece. So we're just going to get the seal of approval from the artist who designed the piece. Marlon's taking a look at his work. Yeah, let's give a round of applause to our designer. This piece is done, so now they're just preparing to break it off and put it away. Yeah, we're going to keep torching this area where the glass is connected to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection, and then we apply some water to that connection point to crack it enough to break it off completely. And Gabe is going to hold on to this piece with these Kevlar gloves and carry it to be put away. This is a way that we always break pieces off in our hot shop. Unless it's something super small, then sometimes we'll just break it straight off into the annealer. But this is going to be carried over to that large black box over on the right wall. This is one of our annealers. They basically hold the glass at a healthy temperature of about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then at the end of the day, we press a button and it all slowly cools down. We're cutting at that connection, making it a little easier to break off. You can see how much movement's in that connection. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. And there it goes into the annealer. We will see it again tomorrow. Yeah, each time we have a kids design glass created, they'll take a photo with the artist and the people who worked on the piece. So we're already getting started on the next one. So once again, we make 2 of the same Kids Design Glass in a row. One of them goes home with the family. One of them stays here at the Museum of Glass. So we start with the legs. We basically start with all those smaller sculptural components first, and we set them aside to stay warm. And then we create the body and start to add everything together at the end. So that's the process that you guys all saw, was the very end where we put everything together and finished it off. And now we're seeing the beginning again. So to create the legs, this is just completely solid clear glass that we've started off with. And then we roll it inside of these dishes filled with something called frit, which are basically these shards of colored glass. And we're starting off with a white layer of glass. And then eventually we'll add a transparent green over top of that, and that gives us an opaque looking green. Yeah, it's just adding layers of color to get these certain effects in the glass. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. Maybe there's a pattern that you've seen in the galleries that you're curious about how they got. Maybe it's just about the different kinds of glass that are used or in existence. Just feel free to ask any questions if you have any. Yeah, so over on the left bench, we have some hands-on workshops or hands-on experiences going on. This is something people pay for and come down on the floor to make their own glass object. So these people who sit at the bench most likely have never blown glass before, and they're making a small item like a paperweight or a small bowl or a float, for example. And sometimes there are themes. Like when spring is just starting, they'll make a lot of birds and eggs and flowers and things like that. Yeah, that's something you can ask the front desk about if anyone's curious. So we have our white layer of color across this solid piece of clear glass. And you can see that Sarah sat and let that cool down quite a bit, just the air pulling the heat out of the glass. And this is important. We always let that previous layer cool down before we get our next layer of clear, so that we kind of have a solid core within that new layer of glass. And using that idea, only this fresh layer of clear is going to move when she pushes it onto the table, this marver. And so she's pushing all of that clear to the very front, and eventually this will be cut off, and we'll be left with just this very thin layer of clear across the entire piece of white glass. That large bucket is specifically clear glass scraps only, so eventually all that glass in there will be crushed up and then remelted down, reused inside of our glass furnace. And since there are some new people who have joined here and there, could we have the Kids Design Glass up on the screen again, please? Yeah, exactly. So we made one of these earlier. Some of you guys didn't get a chance to see it, but we're starting on the next one now. Once again, we create two. One goes home with the family, one stays here at the Museum of Glass. And we're just getting started on the legs. We sculpt those individual smaller details first and then eventually add everything together once we've created the body. It's a decently long process. The one we made before took 2 hours. We are just getting our green layer for the legs now. Inside of these metal dishes we have powder and we have frit. This is a green powder, so we have a little bit of texture, kind of like you're seeing with the image. It's not just one completely solid color. We have a little bit of texture in the green, and we are emphasizing that for the piece too. Thank you. Yeah, our artist was in here earlier, one who designed that drawing. Got to see the first piece made. And once again, if you know anyone who's 12 and younger who would want to participate in this, have them submit a drawing, and it has a chance to turn into a piece of glass. So obviously this is a pretty large amount of glass and it's very thick. You might not be able to imagine turning this into a leg quite yet. So what they do to create the legs is they'll stretch out this entire piece of glass basically into this long rod and segment it off to create 8 legs. Sorry, I just used the jacks for a brief moment, those two metal blades, to create this handle on the end of our piece. This is a small section of glass, so we have to make sure it doesn't stretch out faster than the thicker remaining area. We'll cool it down with some water. So this is heated up and then dunked into a bucket of water behind the bench. This is technically thermally shocking the glass. You would be able to see small cracks forming on the surface if you were up a little bit closer. But since this is going to be used as a handle, that end piece, we don't really have to worry about how that's going to affect anything. And the idea of all this is just to evenly heat up this glass. I always kind of compare this process with taffy pulling. It is a kind of a similar texture. It's moving a little bit, but it's solidifying as they are working with it. And this is now broken into smaller sections to create the individual legs. And yes, the glass is still slightly moving, but they want to keep this glass relatively warm. So eventually they will be loading it up onto a tray and then setting it aside in this large silver box right here called the garage. And that's going to keep those pieces of glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. More like 900 to 1,000. And I know that sounds super hot, but at that temperature it's not hot enough to melt and change shape, and it's not cold enough to thermally shock from an extreme temperature change. Now these legs are not quite done yet. They're going to pick them up one by one from that box and start working with those pieces of glass, sharpening the ends of the legs and also creating a bend in them for the joint in the spider's leg. And yeah, once again, I think I see a couple of new faces here and there. So could we have our Kids Design glass up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen it yet, that image is up now. And this is what we are creating. We already made one of these earlier today with the artist in the audience watching us. Milo, 8 years old, designed this drawing of a spider eating a slice of pepperoni pizza specifically, he specified. And this is created with a lot of small details. That piece of pizza is maybe like half an inch long. It was tiny and it had all these little red dots for the pepperoni. I don't know. The entire thing is just really fun to watch. and we're just creating those legs starting now. Thank you. I've been able to make a lot of parallels with this piece that we've been working on today and some things in the gallery. I've been especially comparing it to some of the insects that we'll see in the gallery, kind of as you walk in on that right-hand side. Now, this is a different kind of glass than the pieces in the gallery. The pieces in the gallery, interestingly enough, are using the same kind of glass as beakers, scientific glass, and Pyrex. So it's very strong. It has a higher melting point. This glass that we're working with is a soda lime glass, and we are able to connect these pieces a little bit easier because of that. And we're also seeing some parallels in the way of technique. So once again, we're going to be working pretty small scale for some of these individual components using these small handheld torches. And the way that they created those insects in the gallery was by using a smaller table-mounted torch for those small details. Also, yes, we've pulled out our first leg. Sarah's working with it at the center bench. And then this was passed off to Ben over on the right bench. So we just have two benches, two heating chambers to work at two places at once. I'm not exactly sure why it was passed off. Maybe they're working almost like a production team or an assembly line where they can work on the same job over and over again and get a little bit faster each time. Oh, and just to point out once again for any newcomers, over on the left bench, this is where we're having some of our hands-on workshops or hands-on opportunities where people pay to come down onto the floor and make their own piece of glass. And I'm not exactly sure what they're making today, but frequently it'll be something like a float or a paperweight, or sometimes it's themed based off of the time of year. So in spring we'll have a lot of eggs and birds and flowers. And if you guys are curious about that, they give a lot more information on specific dates and prices in the front desk. Yeah, welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined in. We are working on our second of the same Kids Design glass today. This is a spider eating a slice of pizza that you'll see. We're working on the legs of the spider right now. And I really recommend you look into it yourselves if you haven't heard of it already. Anyone 12 and under can submit a drawing that has the chance to turn into a piece of glass. Yeah, that entire section of the museum that's called the Art Alley, kind of along the side, that's all Kids Design glass pieces. So those are some really good examples. And we cycle through the different pieces every once in a while. I think that we're going to be doing a refresh of them pretty soon, actually. Yeah, let's see the image of the Kids Design glass again, please. Thank you. Yeah, I want to show off the image. This is designed by Milo, who's 8 years old, and the entire family came in and got to see that piece made earlier today. This is the second one that we're making once again. And we do make two. The reasoning is that we give one to the family to take home, and then one of them stays at the museum and eventually gets put on display. And we do this once a month. Each month, the artist will go through a large stack of drawings and choose one from that stack of drawings. It's a hard decision. They'll usually narrow it down and then have a conversation amongst themselves to choose. I was just asking about the process earlier. Thank you. And just to point out, the people who work on the Kids Design glass, this is our resident Hot Shop team. So anytime you come through, or almost any time, you will see them down here on the Hot Shop floor. They'll help visiting artists that come through. They will work on store items. They will work on Kids Design glass, of course, like today. Which that always falls on a Sunday, by the way, I've noticed. So it's always on the weekend, makes it a little bit more accessible for the family to come in so the kid's not in school. But yeah, these guys, they all have about 20 to 30 years of experience individually, and they've all been working together for a pretty long time. So they work very fluidly. Glassblowing is very teamwork oriented. So you'll notice we use a little bit of molten clear glass on the end of our pipe to pick up these individual legs over and over again. And this is what I mean, especially when I say we always start with clear glass on the end of our pipe. So we almost always, in every single situation, start with at least just a little bit of clear glass, even if the entire end result is all colored glass. We use it as a handle, an attachment point, and oftentimes, well, every single time I've seen here at the Museum of Glass, we have clear glass within the walls of the piece, kind of sandwiched between the colors. And if anyone's curious about color, I just want to share that the different colors come from different metals and oxides and minerals that are mixed into the clear glass mixture. They mix it with the raw sand and soda ash and limestone in this big barrel. It's shaken up, and then they melt it all down together and form it usually into this solid bar of color. But sometimes they will crush this up even finer, which is mostly what we're using today. Inside of those metal dishes, we have these shards of colored glass, and it can get as fine as a powder. And each time we're finishing one of our individual legs, we set them aside in the garage. That large silver box, for those who just came in, is our garage. And this sits between 900 and 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on where you're placing those pieces of glass inside of the box. Basically just keeping them warm enough that they don't break while we work on the rest of the piece. And then eventually, we just pull those pieces out one by one and start attaching everything together. And we do have to create 8 of these legs, if not a little bit more. We'll usually create 1 or 2 backups just in case something happens to those small sculptural pieces, then we can just immediately bring one out. Yeah, so these large open face kind of heating chambers, these are called glory holes, and we use them to reheat the glass, or sometimes we're just reheating to make it malleable. Sometimes we're reheating enough that it just doesn't break, but they run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And the tank with the closed door, that's where we're getting the molten material in the first place. So those are the 2 different ones in our hot shop that I specify. We do have multiple of our reheating ones on, but this is just so we can work at multiple places at once. And yeah, that tank can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, by the way. Yeah, it is on 24/7. It can actually be bad for the equipment for it to shut off and cool down. So yeah, once again, they have almost kind of a production style. At this point, they are starting the leg at the center bench where they stretch and pull a point on the end, and then this is passed off to the right bench where they add the bend in the leg. And we're continuously using these handheld torches, which once again I compared to the flame working, which is used to create those insects in the gallery. Kind of that same idea, working small scale with just that smaller torch. Yeah, welcome to those who just joined in. We are working on a Kids Design glass piece. We've already made one earlier today. We're making a second one of the same design so that one can go home with the family and one can stay here at the Museum of Glass. And the piece that we're working on, let's have the image up on the screen. Yeah, could I have the Kids Design glass up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen it yet, up on the screen is that design, once again. And the artist who created this piece is Milo, 8 years old, and was in here earlier today watching this piece made. So we always invite the family back to see their piece made in the hot shop. But yeah, once again, we make 2 of them, and one goes home with the family. And this program is completely free. The requirements are kids 12 and under can submit a design. And this has the chance to turn into a piece of glass. They choose a design once a month. Thank you. Yeah, we're working on all of the legs right now, and eventually we'll work on that teeny tiny little piece of pizza, and we'll set all of these individual components aside to stay warm, and then start on the body, and then just add everything together. And just a quick reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. And just to give you some examples, I get a lot of questions about specific patterns in the galleries. I get questions about the cone that we're inside of. Just anything you guys are curious about should have answers for you. Every once in a while, I'll get a very specific question. Like another glass artist will be like, what's the coefficient of expansion of this glass? And I'm like, what is that? But then I find out because I asked the glass artist. It's fine. It's fine. Ask anything. So I don't think that that pertains to anything today, but I think that that was them marking how many goblets they were making one day. They were doing that the last time I was in here anyways. Every time they would make one, they would make a tally mark. And then for one that would break, they would make a tally mark in a different area, for example. Yeah, they've been making a lot of goblets lately, and this is partially for our Red Hot auction, which we have once a year coming up in the fall. It's always in the fall, where we sell a bunch of goblets as well as decanters. This is the year's theme on the left pedestal, by the way. Yeah, welcome to those who have been joining in for the past couple of minutes. We are working on a couple of different things today on the hot shop floor. I've been mostly focusing on the center and right bench, where we have our resident hot shop team. They work here full-time as glass artists. They'll help visiting artists that come through make their items. They will make store items. They will work on kids' design glass pieces like we're doing today. And if you haven't heard of Kids Design Glass, I do have a video that I think I'd like to play pretty soon describing the program a little bit better. But basically, kids 12 and under can submit a drawing, and it has the chance to turn into a piece of glass. So when we make these pieces, we will make two. One of them goes home with the family, and one of them stays here to eventually be put on display. That's that entire art alley that you saw, all those kids design glass pieces. Those are all good examples. And yeah, the person who designed this piece was in here earlier today, Milo, age 8, and got to see the first piece made, which I'll show you guys as well. Could we have the image of the spider eating pizza up on the screen, please? Could we have our kids design? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So this is the piece we're working on right now. We already made one of these once again, but we make two. So we're getting started on the legs first. We'll make the little pizza, and then we'll set it all aside, keep it warm, and make the overall body before assembling everything together. So we have a lot of work to look forward to after lunch. We're just doing some prep work, basically. And this is what you can expect for the final product. We do this once a month. They'll choose a drawing once a month and create it. It's always on a Sunday, I've noticed, which makes it a little bit easier for the kids to come in and watch their piece being made. Thank you. And let's see that Kids Design Glass video. We have a little bit of time.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make two pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
Yeah, so we're just finishing off our last leg. Yeah, once again, we're just doing some prep work. Basically, we created our first one of these earlier today, finished it at around noon, and now we're finishing off the legs for the next one. So when we come back from our lunch, we'll start to create the little pizza, I believe, and then we'll actually start making the body and attaching things together. And once again, we're putting all these pieces aside in the garage. This large silver box will keep them warm about 900 to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we are gone, and then we come back and just put everything together. So, does anyone have any final questions? If not, I guess let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work throughout the day so far. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. We will be back in about an hour from now. Let me check the time. Yeah, we'll be back at just about 2 p.m., and we will continue this project. You can always keep an eye on the TVs in the Grand Hall, and I've heard that we're going to try something a little bit different today where we will play some glass-blowing related videos in the hot shop, so if you'd like to check that out as well, then feel free to stick around.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical elements, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but, you know, that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and, you know, just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, you know, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're, you know, self-soothing, you know. So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glassmaking through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of like I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do like a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of like get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on the table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so like childhood cartoons and like old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of like these black and white stripes and these crazy like busy patterns. Glass was like a wide open lane, like when I first started blowing glass. just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, so it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But you know, I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, you know. So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and Kane, and then the Encalmo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
And the background is that Kane?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color. So the first one I think type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art. The cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling. So like my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation. So we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis will do, and they're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know, you spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's, it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work. I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pour surface. The surface
surface of the glass hasn't really been touched. So it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studios, I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoy it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 days, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondelles we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So they just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It just looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together so as the neon went through it, optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Yeah.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's
is
too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with like the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice.
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pull. We'll get better.
Exactly. And so for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
smaller thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished U is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah. It could be.
Could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. So 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so it's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay!
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Whidbey Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. We're making really big yo-yos. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello, Emerletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture, being to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand, so when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I started glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's going to be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first started, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned. And I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Roman, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least. And so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass-blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
sure. Yeah, just once is fine. Awesome. Yeah, totally.
What are you going to touch, man? Good. Touch those two together when we come off. You got a little side.
You say when?
Do you want to touch those or not? No, because I need to take that out. Three on the right, Eden. A little hard. Wait for this. Maybe I can pull it out, make a touch here, curl. Or do you want me to keep it free floating?
What about if you like bring it like across, bring it across these ones?
Bring it over the top?
Yeah. See
Below
this
touch?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you just stand by on the hot part?
Yeah, totally.
Stop.
Attachment thing has like some element that is like coordinating whatever, or like drilling holes and putting like brass like fittings through, or I don't know, like seeing as how they're hollow, that makes that a lot easier.
Yeah. Way stronger, lighter.
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Fitting thing, but maybe it's like black on the outside, but they put like gold inside it, and the light like reflects off the gold, and then like does stuff around it and things like that.
So, I mean, it's a cool idea. I'd have one of these in my house.
Sicky.
You know?
Well, we'll see what happens. The two whites. Yeah, just they're two pieces. So like one of the whites with white cane on it, and then the other.
Oh, the white on the.
It's opaline.
Do you want to use that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So
And then-
opaline and white cane.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the second one will be the next white and white cane.
Okay.
That's kind of like a milky white.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glassblowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glassblowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've been wanting to try for a while is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I wanted to figure out
add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is just bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the Hot Shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
So I'm getting ready for a show in the fall at St. Louis Art Museum, and I'm trying to work through these apothecary vessels. So they're sort of multi-part blown glass pieces. I just told Nick that I saw one at the Corning Museum that was 4 feet high. So we'll see how much we can sort of pull off there. But they do have sort of different stands and displays. It was meant to signal to people who were illiterate that this was a pharmacy. So I'm interested in that sort of aspect of form and color and messaging, and how that sort of relates to conversations around healing today. Some sketches with colored glass, and I ordered some colored glass that arrived yesterday. So I think some of them will have colored glass, but today we're starting with mostly clear glass. The photographs are much better than my drawings, but hopefully we'll knock out some of these. As you can see, a lot of them have like colored liquid in them. So that will be the second phase after the Hot Shop experiment. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Jabari, for really making this happen. We met probably, 15 years ago in New York City when Jabari was at Mokata. So I'm really happy to be part of the show, and thank you to everyone who made this show happen, and thank you for bringing me out.
I'm Preston Singletary, and I'm from Seattle, Washington, working here at the Museum of Glass. This week I'm working on this bust, which will be incorporated into a larger sculpture. There's an example over here of this bust form with the sort of the head and the hat, something I developed for the show and made. Actually haven't made very many more of them because there's so much work. And so they are ancestral figures, so just sort of bringing kind of like a human element into, sort of this sculptural form. I'm going to take advantage of the larger glory hole and make some more proportionate bust forms. Friday, I'm having Dante Marioni come, and we're going to work on a few things together, our sort of ongoing collaborations. Dave Walters is going to help me working on these cylinder forms. Yeah, whatever you think would be good for firing. Yeah.
Yeah, these shapes are the ideal shapes to fire.
Yeah. It's a way of working. I'm very heavily influenced by modernism and Henry Moore and Calder and, you know, that whole modernist era. And because in a lot of cases they were really inspired by, you know, indigenous art, Native American art, so I found that kind of fascinating, so I was kind of juxtaposing that and trying to take inspiration from the things that they made. Over this, you know, however long I've been working with this style, native style, it started in like 1988, and I really put my foot down in about 95 to develop it as far as I can. And so then I started playing with these kind of abstractions and sort of modern kind of a take on the traditional art. Well, you know, I started, you know, as a glass maker, just blowing glass, and, you know, really into the process of, you know, blowing things and controlling the material as best I could. But then when I turned to my cultural background, it really opened up a lot of doors for me, but I also had to kind of relearn, rethink my approach to the material. And so it really led me on this path, which caused me to think about things that were a lot more figurative and narrative, because that ties in with the mythology of the Tlingit tribe. So then I started to, you know, when I came up with the Raven in the Box of Daylight exhibition, which is traveling, you know, then that is, you know, was a big exploration into the mythology and the symbolism behind the story itself, and then how could I represent that with objects and tell the story in this, you know, in this experiential way. And now I'm sort of on to the next chapter, like, okay, Raven did all these things in ancient history, so what's he up to now?
My name is Ade Jean-Baptiste, and I'm from Westchester, New York. My work kind of tackles this idea of these creatures moving through this landscape. They're oftentimes a metaphor for the feeling of otherness, and so it kind of is a metaphor for my own personal experience of maybe not being like the first one to land. My parents are immigrants. They immigrated to the U.S. during the 80s, but this kind of second generation that is kind of both kind of part of this other culture that is not American, but trying to fit into this American culture, which is with these aliens, it's the same thing. These aliens, they can't be human. They will always be alien, but they're kind of co-opting parts of human culture. So you can kind of see in some of the figures, the clothing that they wear, even sometimes the expressions and the kind of the funky things that I add to them that kind of push that narrative further. Color is really, really important in my work. I like to use the strongest opacity of color possible. Growing up, my color was always around me. It kind of ties into growing up in a very, or adjacent to an urban environment and thinking about graffiti culture and things like that, where color is a huge part. It also is a way to kind of signify ourselves. I think my philosophy on art, it comes from a lot of different places. I would say that a lot of it comes from a place of conversation and community. So a huge part of my work, while I do have a huge artistic practice, I have a huge social practice. I wouldn't be here standing today without a larger community. Even just the flight out here, I was supported by Hilltop Artists, and I did a residency with them a week before. Even all the color bar that I have for this residency, I was sponsored by Olympic Color Rods. Shout out to them, they're amazing. And so I think that at its core, art for me is community. What even brought me into thinking about concepts of community was coming from a place of wanting to see more of myself within the hot shop space. During my undergraduate time, I ended up working with my professor, and we collaborated on a series called the Black Glass Artist Series, where we bring in artists who are coming from the Afro diaspora to Alfred, New York to do a week-long residency where they get to make their work as well as collaborate with students. For me, that was really important because it came out of time through a lot of pain within the African-American community here in the U.S. during everything that was happening during BLM, and for a larger part of the U.S., them starting to kind of wake up and be like, gee willikers, like this is an issue. And so kind of utilizing people's kind of empathy toward that and kind of holding their feet to the fire, and like, if this is something that you're passionate about, donating money and working together. I was very fortunate to have Thurman Statham come down for our first auction and help donate some of his pieces and even be an auctioneer. And so I think that's another reason why I'm so drawn to community, is because of how that series was able to shape my collegiate experience, even my glass experience, working with all those different artists.
I'm Ayano Yoshizumi from Japan.
and I'm based in Toyama Prefecture now. 6 objects. I draw on the paper. Then I just introduce more color and patterns into my work, because I've been making those silhouettes, but just like plain color or like plain color faded. So I just wanted a more complicated application onto it, because I'm trying to bend, because I always use mold to make a rectangle shape, but I wanted to distort it a little bit more. Yeah, so I really like the designing and colors as well. Especially I admire the Etrusorsas, like Italian design. Working in Australia changes me so differently. Like I was preferred to use subtle color, which Japanese like, but it's really nice to get the people motivated. I love abstract painting, and I admire the French painter Henri Matisse. His drawing is pretty overwhelming to me, to be child but not childish. So that's a big no, but I really wanted to do. So I'm gonna blow into it this afternoon to see how it goes. But I find the metal is heavy, but it get a nice surface texture. Yeah, because the glass blowing is a lot of like practice and patience to get exactly what I wanted to done. So I really appreciate this opportunity to help myself, because we need to take advantage of how the glass community is small, so that's people can contact easily than like other industries. So I'm being at the TA at Toyama Institute of Glass Art, and then I wanted to encourage the students get more overseas to see cool things.
My name is Clifford Rainey. I'm originally from Belfast, Northern Ireland, and I now reside in Napa, California. I'm primarily a sculptor. I studied sculpture, and I started off doing bronze casting with drawing and painting, and then I discovered this medium called glass. And I hate to say that was way back in the end of the 60s and 70s. And most of my kind of ideas and things come from travels, or I'm very concerned about the environment and ecology and politics and all those important things, and then I try to weave those concerns into my work as a way of kind of getting people engaged. Yeah, and then kind of around the tops as well over here. And then this is good. You don't need that much. See, that's most likely enough. And then what I sometimes try to do when the bubble's been blowing, then come in a little bit more. I walked from Kenya to South Africa and back up when I was younger, and I was always kind of expecting to go into these, the Maasai or Tanzania or Zambia or something like that, and find people, beautiful bowls and, I love it. Traditional, whatever, being a very romantic person. But in fact, what people were doing was using old tin cans and stuff, and they would make these bowl shapes purely for tourists. And it's that sort of generic, it's just that very generic bowl shape. It was years ago when I started coming to America from the UK. I discovered in the Museum of American Indian, I think it was in New York, these same beautiful bowl shapes, and they were broken in the middle, and the center was broken out. They were kind of killing the bowl, and so all that symbolism, is kind of woven back into what I do. I want to recreate a lot of the pieces I made before and lost, like memory and memory field, all to do about loss and memory, which is basically what I've been going through. This is one's called Memory Trace. And it came from another residency I did in the Maldives Islands years ago. And when I went out there, I basically sieved sand from the beach, which is coral sand. I needed to pick a color because I wanted to do something about recycling. So I used Bombay Sapphire Blue. So that's something which we'll try to emulate today. And then I took some branches from the local vegetation, and these pieces evolved, which I call Memory Trace, about things which happened in the past. And that's going to be the starting point.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punting it up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like uniform.
No. Yeah, so now we're going to put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you've worn cargo shorts so long, we can come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cat? I could have kept it more. I'm going to need some rabbage. Rabby. You can call me Nancy. I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it? It's sitting right now. Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. You can go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm going to get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it. You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical elements, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the museum.
All right, welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone. Today we are going to be working on a kids design glass piece. If any of you were here earlier, you might have seen the first one we finished. We're going to be working on the same item. Once again, we make 2 of the kids design glass pieces each time, so that way one can go home with the family and one can stay here at the Museum of Glass to be put on display. And if you haven't heard of kids design glass, I just want to mention real quick, this is for kids 12 and under. They can submit a drawing into the museum. It could be online through email. It can be in person here at the museum. You can submit one. And it has the chance to turn into a piece of glass. And this is something we do once a month. We will choose one drawing and create 2 once again. And we already finished our first one. I want to show off what we are working on in particular so you can get a good idea of what the final product will look like. So could we have the image of our kids design glass? Thank you. So up on the screen we have that image now. This is what we worked on earlier. It's a spider eating a little slice of pepperoni pizza. Pepperoni pizza specifically, as Milo specified earlier today. You got to watch us make our first version of the piece. And we already have all of the legs made for this spider, I believe. I think we finished them all. So we should see the pizza sculpting, which is teeny tiny, and then we'll see the body made, and we'll start assembling all these pieces one by one. And the people you'll see working on this project, they are our resident hot shop team, so they'll make any of the kids design glass art. They will help visiting artists that come through. They are always down on the floor here. They have between 20 and 30 years of glassblowing experience individually, so they are professional artists. Oh, and if anyone's curious, this is a hands-on workshop or hands-on experiences going on over on the left. This is something people pay to come down on the floor and they create their own glass items. So the people you see working over there or sitting on the bench specifically, they may have never worked with glass before, but we guide them through it step by step. If anyone has any questions throughout the process, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. I usually kind of follow along and explain what they're doing in the moment. So just to describe a couple pieces of equipment real quick. When we very first started this piece of glass that we're about to get working on, we used this tank with the closed door over there. This is our glass furnace. So we start all of our projects by getting a little bit of clear glass on the end of our pipe. And this is a giant ceramic crucible sitting inside of that tank. It's sitting at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it has up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. After letting that clear bubble cool down a little bit, Ben has brought over some molten white glass and dropped this on top. And they will then push and roll this white glass back until it covers up that clear. So this is how we get a even or smooth layer of color across the entire piece. And yes, the final product is going to be green. We will start with a layer of white, and then we'll eventually add a transparent green over top, and that makes the piece appear opaque. Yeah, so I just got a question about flame working, which I want to share with everyone what flame working is to begin with. And yes, flame working is much more accessible than glass blowing in comparison, you know. But flame working is when you work small scale. Usually you have a table mounted torch and you'll work starting with rods of colored glass, kind of like this. And you can kind of build off of it, or you can start with tubing, like you saw those pipes in the Grand Hall. So they would start with a hollow piece of glass, of course. And yeah, flame working, as you can imagine, since it's on a smaller scale, it's a lot more accessible than a multi-million-dollar hot shop like we have here. We will have a smaller kiln and then that table-mounted torch, and then you need propane and oxygen. That's pretty much. So we have gathered a layer of clear over top of that white layer of glass. And the idea was we just wanted a thin layer of that clear, so you might have even seen them strip some of that clear glass off, maybe by rolling it on the table. And we also just pushed this glass into a metal bowl filled with the green color for the spider overall. And this is it's really fine, it's pretty much a powder. And because of this, we'll have a little bit of an irregularity in the coloring, and this is to be as specific as possible to the drawing. It's not completely solid color. It's supposed to be a little bit patchy in a way. So we now have our green. We will heat this up and start smoothing, rounding this out, and getting ready to actually blow it up into our sphere shape for the spider's body. And to start this off, we use a block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool. We do keep these saturated in water. So if you're curious, those buckets behind the bench, they are filled with water. And hopefully this is creating a layer of steam in between the wood and the glass. Yeah, while they're blowing out the body at the center bench, Ben is working on the little pizza slice over on the right bench. And this is quite literally like this long of a pizza slice. It's like half an inch. It's tiny. And once again, it's pepperoni pizza. So he's starting with a yellow base for the cheese, and then he's going in with this small rod of red glass, heating up the very end of it, and applying these little dots for the pepperoni. At the center bench, we've blown this bubble out quite a bit. We have created a jack line, which is basically this divot right where the pipe is meeting the bubble. And this is our breaking point. So eventually later on, we will break this piece off from that line that we just squeezed in. And next, we are attaching another pipe with basically this clear glass as an attachment point to the end of our bubble at the center bench. And this is when you'll see them break the piece off from that original pipe right in that divot that I was describing earlier. To break pieces off, we'll usually apply water to crack the connection, enough for it to kind of pop off. But if we have a small enough jack line, if it's squeezed tight enough, we can actually just shock it by squeezing a cold tool on top of that area instead. So no water required. And now we have essentially flipped the orientation of the piece, so we can start working on the opening. The opening is actually going to become the mouth of the spider. We'll have a couple of little teeth. The mouth will be open, getting ready to take a bite of that pepperoni pizza. Yeah, I get that question a lot, so I'll repeat it for anyone else that might be curious. And the question was, how do they know, when the piece is hot enough, like when they're heating it up? So I always describe they're mostly looking for motion. I mean, these guys, they've been blowing glass for 20 or 30 years, once again, so they have a lot of experience. They might not really need to do this, but I know most people look for movement when they're heating up the piece, and that tells them how malleable it is. We're usually working with the glass when it's kind of like a taffy or putty texture. It's not completely molten like a liquid. It's just moving a little bit. So the glass starts to move over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it could be as cool as like 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit, or it could be upwards of, I would assume, maybe 1,700 degrees Fahrenheit. But at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, or around 2,000, it's so soft that it's like honey, and it would lose shape at that point. So we don't usually work with it at that temperature unless it's the very beginning when we're just starting to blow it out. Yeah, so there are so many different kinds of glass, and there are people that work with all sorts of different kinds of glass for art specifically. So, like for example, there's a glass called borosilicate, and it's technically the same glass that they use for Pyrex and for beakers. It's a scientific glass. It's really strong, and they will use a torch setup, and they can make pipes like what you see in the Grand Hall. They can make those insects like you see in the galleries. Those are made out of borosilicate. They have their own limitations. With borosilicate, you cannot have any harsh angles in the glass, otherwise there's built up stress and it'll try to break. Meanwhile, this, as long as you get those two pieces of glass hot, they will stick together and they'll stay. But you can't get as fine of details with this glass in a way. So, yeah. Yeah, higher melting point. And because of that higher melting point, it can handle a more extreme temperature change, which is why you could put it over a flame and heat up chemicals inside of it in chemistry, or you could put it in the oven and it's preheated already to like, I mean, you won't preheat past 500 degrees Fahrenheit, but yeah, it can handle those extreme temperature changes. Meanwhile, you can't really do that with a soda lime glass like what we use in the hot shop. I have accidentally microwaved a bowl, for example, with some soup in it, just not thinking, and there was a clean line all the way where the water line was. It just broke right there. Yeah. Just different coefficients of expansion and slight different materials inside of the glass. For the borosilicate, it's just the addition of boron, yeah. But most, I mean, all glasses, they're based from silica, yeah. And if anyone didn't know this, silica is what the majority of the Earth's crust is made of. So it is relatively easy to find, but the problem is purifying it. That's going to become pretty difficult with resources that could become limited. But luckily, we do reuse all of our clear glass, by the way, which is the majority of our scraps. Yeah, so interestingly enough, you can cool down and heat up a piece of glass as many times as you need or want to. For example, there will be pieces that are worked on for months even. Like they will make the initial piece with different layers of color, and then they'll grind through the top layers of color to reveal the other layers underneath to get like a nice contrast. And then they can refire that, heat it up again in the hot shop and continue working with it. So there's not a huge limitation with reheating things. I think it becomes really difficult once the piece is super thick, though. Super thick. If the glass is really thick, then it's hard to... Yeah. It's hard to get an even heat all throughout without it getting too cold. And thermal shock works both ways, by the way. If you heat up a piece of glass too quickly or cool it too quickly, it will break. Yeah. So we have created the mouth by widening that opening, and we're moving on to making some eyes, which we're continuing to use these kind of rods or strands of colored glass, just heating up the end of them and gathering a ball, and then pushing this against the surface of the piece. So these are creating the eyes once again. And earlier we also created these little white dots to add some shine to the eyes. So I couldn't quite hear the second part of your question, but earlier we did make the same exact thing, so I have a good estimate of the time. The one that we made earlier took 2 hours from start to finish, every single detail, all the legs. And we already made the legs for this one, and honestly the artists do get kind of faster when they repeat the same thing, and so this one could take, I would still estimate about an hour for this one. But yeah, it's really hard to get these pieces looking the same, by the way. That's going to be the hardest part. Symmetricality, exactness. So frequently we will use or just leave these fluffy torches lit. They do get larger. They have kind of this button that we press. It's not a button, it's like a lever almost. But that will increase it almost like a flamethrower. And we will use that to heat up the cold areas of the glass, or we will use it to reignite that handheld torch. Otherwise, we have to grab our map gas every time, which is the yellow canister, and reignite it over and over again. So I think the fluffy torch runs off of natural gas, but the handheld one is actually propane and oxygen. So they are doing flame working, quite a bit of flame working with this piece, because they're working such small scale. So we're getting started on those teeth next. Still using that white stringer, that strand of white colored glass. And just to point out once again, we already have all of the individual pieces ready and made for this piece, like all the legs, that little slice of pizza Ben was working on earlier. And they're all set aside in the garage, which I don't know if I even pointed this box out to you guys, but this is where all the legs and the pizza are resting. They're staying at just about 900 to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which sounds really hot, but it's not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the piece, but it's not cold enough to let it break from thermal shock. So we let them rest in there while we work on the rest of the body. So once they've finished all of those facial features and they're happy with how that looks, they will just work on keeping this body warm. So they'll go in and out of that heat every once in a while, keeping it at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then they'll start bringing those legs over one by one on a heated tray. And we do have 8 of these legs to attach. The 2 front ones are going to be holding onto that slice of pizza. And since we've had some new faces join in here and there, I just want to show off what we're working on again real quick. So could we have the image of the Kids Design Glass, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's an image of what we're working on right now. And once again, each time we make a kids design glass piece, we will make 2 of them. One of them goes home with the family, and one of them stays here at the museum to eventually be put on display. And this is a spider eating some pizza. This is specifically a pepperoni pizza and everything. Milo specified earlier when we made the first one. And we're just putting those legs on now for those who joined in. So we're getting relatively close to finishing the piece off. And if anyone knows any kids 12 and under who'd be interested in doing this, once again, it's super easy. It's free to participate. You just submit a drawing, and it has a chance to be turned into glass. These guys go through the drawings each month, and they choose one to create, kind of all together as a group. Thank you. So this is the second leg that we've attached. Since we have so many small components for this piece, they're heating up just the attachment point with that focused handheld flame. And they're leaving the rest of the piece relatively cold for the rest of the process. We don't want to lose any of those details. I get that question surprisingly a lot, but I hardly ever see these guys burn themselves. I mean, they've been working with glass for 20 to 30 years individually, so they're very professional glass artists. Whenever they do burn themselves, they just brush it off like it's nothing. I think they're kind of used to the heat in a way, but yeah, no, they hardly ever burn themselves, and whenever they do, it's usually just like a teeny tiny little nick somewhere, you know. Yeah, the creation of the kids design glass pieces are really fun because they always invite the family back. And they just sit in the front row and the kid gives input on the piece as they're making it. And they come over and they do a final check and final okay, and then they put it away and let it cool down. And I don't know if I re-described, well, I think I did. Yeah, once again, they make 2 of these pieces. So one of them goes home with the family, one of them stays here at the museum. Just want to remind about that. That's the coolest part for sure. So now we just have our two final legs to attach in the front, and these ones are going to be holding on to the pizza. So they attach them and they're kind of stick straight at first, and then they bend them together in position, and then they bring that pizza over and attach everything together. So just a few more steps left. You can really see it coming together already. Oh, and I want to point out one more time for anyone who's recently come in, if anyone's curious about what's going on over on the left bench, this is completely unrelated, but we have these hands-on workshops or hands-on opportunities that we have at least once a month. People can pay to come down onto the floor and make their own glass piece. And this is usually something like a paperweight or a float, or sometimes it'll even be a seasonal theme, like spring they like to do eggs and birds and flowers. So if anyone's curious about that, you can always ask the front desk for dates and extra information on that. I got a question about that earlier. I was thinking that they were probably for the number of goblets that they were making the other day, like tallying each time they put one in the box and put it away. Yeah, because when we finish a piece, we have to put them inside of an annealer, and this is just one of our mini annealers. This one loads from the side, so these doors swing outward, and it holds the glass at a warm temperature of about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then it very slowly brings all of the pieces inside down, and this prevents thermal shock. So that cycle is usually about 12 hours for regular pieces of glass, but it can be longer if the glass is thicker. Yeah, that's just a good brief description of the annealer. So we will be using that when we finish this piece. And here we are attaching our final leg. So this is how they make sure the spider will be able to stand on its own. They rest it on top of a wooden paddle, specifically a wooden paddle because it's a more insulating material. It's not going to pull heat out of the glass, which can cause the glass to break if we're not careful. So rest on that wooden paddle. This straightens out all the legs at once, making sure the piece won't rock when it's completely finished. And now they just have to attach that pizza, which they have brought out. And once again, you can see how tiny this is. This is going to be put into the spider's front legs. Can we have the drawing of the Kids Design Glass, please? Thank you. Yeah, just a little reminder as to what this piece is going to look like. Thank you. Like, which one is more difficult or more common, or? I think that they would consider smaller, thinner pieces of glass harder to work with because the glass, when it's that small, if you get it too hot at all, you start to lose your shape. And if you get it too cold, then it's really easy to break. And so it's just a constant back and forth. It gets cold really quickly, and it heats up really quickly. Like, for example, these goblets, they have these super, super tiny connection points between the bowl and the stem and the foot, for example. And that makes these pretty tricky. If you heat it up too much, then you lose the shape. And I think they've told me multiple times over that goblets are one of the most technically challenging things you can make out of glass. 'Cause there's so many small components stacked on top of each other and everything's so thin and fragile. So just like that, we are finished with this piece. That means that we're starting to get ready to break it off. You'll see Gabe get suited up in these Kevlar gloves, same material as firefighting suits apparently. And this allows us to handle this piece of glass for a decent amount of time to put it away inside of the annealer. And yeah, usually in preparation for breaking a piece off, we will torch the clear glass that's connected to the pipe itself until we see some movement in that connection, and then we will break the piece off. The last one of these they made, they actually just cut the glass off. Usually that connection is broken, but maybe they were worried about something popping off, so they cut it while it was mostly molten. Yeah, it's just as I thought. There's just so many small components and so many small connections. They're worried about something popping off, so they cut it while the glass is warm. And just like that, this piece is done. Good. Thank you, everyone, for the applause. Didn't even have to ask you guys. Now we have put that inside of the annealer. Once again, it's sitting at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit in there. That entire box is staying warm all day until we're finished. And then we press a button, and it slowly cools everything all at once. So we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. Yeah, I don't quite know what we're going to work on next, but it's going to be a completely different project, I would assume, since we've already created our 2 spiders and we have 2 hours left. Our artists are probably going to just take a breather, get some water. In the meantime, I think it'd be a good idea to play the Kids Design Glass video, where some kid artists get to talk about their work a little bit. So let's see that video, please.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids' design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
So our team is thinking of starting on some pineapple pictures next. And I know it's going to say picture on the screen, but I mean like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And the way that pineapple pitchers are made is by using a mold to get these evenly spaced air bubbles throughout the entire piece, which gives the end piece a very specific texture, or I guess visual texture. It's not exactly physical felt on the surface texture. And these are usually store items, so you can expect to see these on the Museum of Glass store shelves pretty soon. Yeah, so while our resident hot shop team at the center and right bench are going to be creating some pineapple pitchers, over on the left bench we have some of the hands-on workshops going on at the same time. So completely unrelated. Usually when you see stuff on different benches, they will eventually come together, but this is separate. And this is something you guys can sign up for if you'd like. Just ask the front desk for dates and details, but you pay to come down on the floor and make your own object. So usually something like a paperweight or a float, something similar. Sometimes there's a seasonal theme even. Yeah, so we are making some medallions in the front, and these can be for multiple events, but I believe these are mostly for an event that we have coming up super soon here called Breakfast at the Cone, or Breakfast in the Cone. And it's a ticketed event where you come in and you eat breakfast in the Museum of Glass. And usually there's a lot of businesses and sponsors who come in and support the museum through that event. Yeah, these are pretty quick pieces of glass. We are taking clear glass, we're rolling it inside of a dish of shards of colored glass. So we're picking up that color on the surface of the piece, and then we just melt that down, drop it onto the table, and stamp it with our stamp, which has the Museum of Glass cone on it, of course. And then this is allowed to cool slightly on that metal table before they pick it up and place it inside of the annealer, which once again, that's that large black box over on the right wall, since I know a lot of you guys didn't see the last piece we finished. But that box basically just holds the glass at a warm temperature and then eventually brings all of that glass down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Yeah, this is a good kind of slow moment to ask any questions if you do have any. And questions that people ask me, I'll just give you a couple of examples, maybe get you thinking of something. But people ask about specific patterns that they might see in the galleries. People ask about the cone that we're inside of. Just anything related to the museum should be able to answer. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. Is it warm? It only gets warmer as summer goes on. So we are just making a few medallions, and these are for an event coming up. Just a few weeks away, actually. It's called Breakfast in the Cone or Breakfast at the Cone. It's an event that people can buy tickets for, I was told. But these are given away as gifts at the tables. So we're just finishing these off, and then I've been told that we will also be making some pitchers, like a water pitcher or juice pitcher for the Museum of Glass store. So we'll see a couple of different things going on. And earlier today, we were working on some kids design glass pieces, which I always love to tell people about this. Hopefully you all know about it already, but kids 12 and younger can submit a drawing, and it has the chance to be turned into a piece of glass. And what we do is we'll make two of them. One of them stays here at the museum. One of them goes home with the family. And so when you go through Art Alley, that is all kids design glass work. We kind of switch them out every now and then to the newer pieces. And yeah, it's a really good program. And at the center bench, luckily we have a good view of this up on the screen, Gabe is pulling a horse out of this glass. Now this is super tricky. I think that glass blowers do this to kind of challenge themselves every once in a while. They'll do it to use up leftover color on the end of their pipe. You can see that color kind of inside the center of the horse. And then the last step is pulling out the tail. Yeah, we have these horses kind of hidden everywhere throughout the hot shop. Like, look on top of the glass furnace in the back there, right underneath the hood, for example. You'll see a bunch on top of that furnace. We even have some wacky ones that are made out of hollow glass. So they'll sculpt the horse, and then they'll blow, and then the stomach of the horse is like a balloon. Kind of comical. We have one of those on top of the other furnace on the left. It's just kind of hard to see. So American glassblowing is developed off of Italian glassblowing. So we use a lot of Italian terms and a lot of Italian techniques and tools. And so you'll see a lot of different things like sculpted ponies and sculpted swans. And there are terms that have specific meanings behind them. Like we use a soffietta, which is the cone-shaped tool. Oh, we don't have one out right now, sadly. But it's like a cone-shaped tool that you can use to reinflate a piece of glass. And soffietta means little puff, apparently, which makes sense because you're giving the piece a puff of air. So just a couple of explanations. Also, it looks like we are getting started on our next piece over on the right bench. So this glass that we're working with on the end of Ben's pipe right now, this is actually solid colored glass through and through. And what I mean by that is not necessarily opaque coloring, but just pure colored glass through and through. And we are going to melt this down completely, shape it up a little bit, and then eventually we will drop all that color on top of a clear bubble and spread it over top of the clear bubble, completely covering up that clear. So anything that looks like it's all made from one color, it's usually just a layer of color within layers of clear glass. So if you haven't seen it already, this is our glass furnace. Once again, that tank with the closed door specifically. This is holding a crucible filled with molten clear glass, up to 1,000 pounds of that clear molten glass. And it's sitting at just about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It stays on 24/7, by the way. We never shut it off. We never turn it down. If anything, we turn it up a little bit when we load new material inside of the tank. So Gabe has gotten just a single layer of that clear, and he's going to blow a bubble inside of this glass. So once again, we have heated up that color, dropped it on top of our clear bubble. And it looks like they've swirled two colors together. By the way, you can see the contrast when the glass is at this temperature right here. That glow from within is kind of highlighting the fact. So they've swirled together a transparent blue and a transparent yellow to create this piece, by the way. I know it doesn't look yellow or blue or green right now, but when they start blowing this out and the glass gets thinner and a little bit cooler, we'll be able to see those colors a lot better. So now that color has been evenly distributed over top of that clear bubble, Gabe has reinflated that bubble a little bit, and eventually we'll just sit and let this glass cool down before gathering a layer of clear over top of everything. And on the screen, I want to point out you can see a mold sitting on the floor. This is the pineapple mold. So it has all these inward-facing spikes. When we eventually go inside of this mold, we'll give it a brief puff of air, the glass inside of that mold, which will push it into those spikes and create all these little dimples across the surface of the bubble. And then we gather a layer of clear glass over top of that, which is going to trap air bubbles evenly spaced all the way across the entire piece. So that's the idea behind the pineapple mold. Technically, it can be used in a couple of ways. If you've ever gotten really fancy holiday ornaments, some of them have these diamond or square patterns across the entire surface. This is also achieved through the pineapple mold. You just don't gather over top of it. You just leave it as is after blowing it inside of the mold. And next, Gabe sits down and starts using a block, which is essentially a wooden spoon-shaped tool that we keep constantly saturated with water. So those buckets behind the benches, those are filled with water. And the idea is to create a layer of steam in between the block and the surface of the piece, or the surface of the glass. I guess it's not quite a piece yet. Then we started using this pad in Gabe's hand. This is actually just folded up newspaper that we've splashed with a little bit of water. I know it sounds like an odd tool, but this is as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. And Gabe briefly heated that bubble up, stuffed it inside of the mold on the floor, gave it a puff of air, and then quickly took it out. So now we have all of those little dimples across the surface of the glass. And just to reiterate, since we had those dimples across the surface of the glass and then we gathered over top of those dimples, this has trapped all those little air bubbles within the walls of the piece, which you'll be able to see a lot easier once we come to the center bench and start working with it again. And each time after getting a new layer of glass on our piece, we'll sit down and use the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool. So we've already started blowing this out. Sarah's kind of guiding which way it blows out by using the newspapers. And frequently we will use this fluffy torch to heat up the area near the pipe. It's kind of the shoulder area of the piece, and it can tend to get a little colder since it's the last thing going into the heat and the first thing coming out. And we're preparing to create the jack line. The jack line is a divot or a line that we create with the jacks, these two metal blades. And eventually this is our breaking point. We'll take the entire piece off of this pipe from this line later on. And just a little reminder for anyone that's recently joined, we're working on making some pitchers for the store right now, like a juice pitcher or a water pitcher. And this is specifically a pineapple pitcher. Using the pineapple mold, we got all those spaced air bubbles inside of the piece, which will become easier and easier to see as we blow this out, by the way. And here we are stretching the glass out. We can simply hang it down towards the floor and that'll stretch the glass using gravity, or we could go a step further, swing it, or even do a 360 spin to use centrifugal force to pull the glass outward. So the inside of the, well, let's see. I want to specify that the glass furnace, the tank, the closed door, that is sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then the open-faced ones, these are sitting between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. Yeah, I know it's a lot of heat. Yeah, the longer we hang out in there, the more molten and more movement there's going to be in our glass. So we only stay in there for a relatively brief amount of time. And for those who just joined in, we are working on some Museum of Glass store items right now. The people you see working at the center and right bench, these are our resident Hot Shop team members. They work here full time. They'll help visiting artists that come through. They will work on store items like they are today. And we also just worked on some kids design glass pieces earlier today as well, which is always super fun. So today they are working on making some pineapple pitchers, which once again I will correct on the screen. It says pitcher, but I mean like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And we call these pineapple pitchers because of the pineapple mold that is used to get all these perfectly spaced air bubbles inside of the walls of the glass. So now we're just finishing the other end of the pitcher. We've transferred it onto another pipe, basically flipped the orientation, and now we can start to open it up all the way. So to start opening this piece, first the opening was stretched out using some tweezers, mostly pulling rather than any pinching. And then all of that excess glass was cut off using a pair of shears. That area where we broke it off of the previous pipe tends to be a little thick, so we were just getting rid of that thickness. And now we can start heating up that same area, go on the inside of the piece, and slowly widen this opening with the jacks, these two metal blades. Now, while they are finishing off the overall shape of the center bench, Gabe is getting started on another bubble over on the right bench. And this is actually going to turn into the handle for this pitcher. So the handles for these pitchers are usually hollow, making the piece a little bit lighter and better balanced overall, as well as just being another design aspect to make it pretty. So Gabe runs over with that bubble. And this is attached to the lower end of the pitcher first before being stretched out and cut off. And then Sarah twists this and attaches it to the upper half of the pitcher. And that pretty much finishes off the handle. Now the second connection is a little bit colder. It's not completely molten when they connect it to the side of the piece. So they'll usually use this smaller handheld torch like Ben was doing and heating up that second connection further. To finish the pitcher off, they heat up a small section of the lip and then push that lip outward. And just like that, we have broken our pitcher off of the pipe. Last step is to stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo for our store. And this piece is completely done. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that pitcher. Thank you, everyone. This is going into the annealer. This large black box is basically just going to very slowly cool it overnight, which will prevent thermal shock. So we won't see this piece again for at least 12 hours. Yep, so this is the very first step. We've heated up 2 colors and swirled them together, a yellow and a blue, so hopefully they cross over and create some green as well. But this has been dropped down on top of a clear bubble. And Gabe will heat this up and slowly roll and push that color back to cover up that clear. And this is how we get an even layer of color across the entire piece. So with the final piece, it's not going to have any speckling, it's not going to have, well, I guess technically since we have swirled colors, it will have striations in a way this time. Yeah, just in case you guys didn't know, we're going to continue to work on some pitchers, some water pitchers, juice pitchers. And these are all going to be pineapple pitchers. So using this mold on the floor called the pineapple mold, we push basically all these little divots into the surface of the bubble and then gather over top of that to trap air inside of those divots. And you'll see all that play out in front of you, but it doesn't hurt to describe it a little bit. Yeah, we've just started to blow this out a little bit. The idea of what Gabe is doing right here is he's blowing it out a little bit thinner, but he's also trying to shape it to the rough contour, the inside of the mold that he's going to be blowing inside of, which you can see him doing now. Once again, this is the pineapple mold. It has all these inward-facing spikes that push into the glass and create all these little dimples across the surface, which hopefully, yeah, we can kind of see that up on the screen even. Yeah, once again, that tank that they just went inside of with the closed door, that is holding up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass inside of a giant ceramic crucible. It's kind of hard to see in there. Everything's just glowing the same color because it's so hot in there. But when you stick the pipe or another piece of glass in there and then start to turn, you can actually see the color contrast between the cold item that you're putting in and the molten material that you're gathering. And now that we've gotten that layer of clear, we have covered up all of those dimples and trapped air bubbles. Yeah, so after using the block a couple of times, this is blown out a little bit. And then we'll start using the newspapers to guide which way it blows out as they increase the air volume inside. Yeah, as we hang this glass down towards the floor, we're using gravity to stretch the glass out and get a longer, narrower shape. And I just want to mention again that the colors we have are a transparent blue and a transparent yellow, which should at least partially overlap and create some greens in here. The only reason it looks orange or pink or anything else you might see right now is just because of how hot the glass is. It's basically glowing like lava. It's radiating light and heat. And yeah, for those who just joined in, I want to share real quick that we are making some pitchers, like a water pitcher or juice pitcher. These are store items, and the people who are working on the pieces right now, they are our resident hot shop team. So they'll help visiting artists that come through, but they'll also make store items and do other things in the hot shop. So we have flattened the bottom of the pitcher out, which means that we are done with the lower half of the pitcher completely. So we're just going to work on keeping that piece of glass warm overall. And Ben is preparing the punty, which is another pipe that we bring over. It has a clear attachment of some sort on the end that we will bring over and attach right to the center of the bottom of the piece. So we've just attached that pipe to the bottom of our piece, and to break the piece off of its original pipe, we apply some water to thermally shock and crack the glass, and then it pops off with the tap of the pipe. So doing all of this, we've basically flipped the orientation of the piece. That was the goal of that process right there. And now we can start to work on the opening of the piece, open it up all the way. And once again, we are working on making some store items right now, specifically some pitchers, like a juice pitcher or a water pitcher. So that's what you can expect from the end result here. So we eventually will make a handle and open this piece up a little further too. Oh yeah, and if anyone's curious, over on that left bench, we're doing some hands-on experiences or hands-on sessions. And so these people who sit down at the bench and are working on their own piece of glass oftentimes have never worked with glass before, but the people around them are guiding them through the process, and they make something like a paperweight or a bird or a float, just as a few examples. And sometimes they'll even do some seasonal things, like I think that they are making birds today, from what I saw. So before opening the piece up, Sarah trimmed some of the excess glass off of the opening. That area tends to be a little bit thick when we break it off of that original pipe. And next, they will start working on the handle of the pitcher, which is surprisingly fast. The handles of these pitchers are usually hollow, so they'll blow a small bubble of clear glass and they'll bring it over and attach it to the side and kind of stretch it out. So we have just brought that bubble over. This is attached to the lower end of the pitcher first and then stretched up before being cut off. And to finish the handle off, this is twisted into its final shape and then connected on the upper half of the pitcher. Now this second connection they make, I always point out that it's a little bit colder, of course. It wasn't quite completely molten when they attach that upper portion, so they'll usually go in with a small torch and make sure that that's extra secure. And this is a bit of tubing that they use to shape the handle before it completely solidifies. And welcome to those who just joined in. We are working on some store items at the center and right bench behind me. These are our resident hot shop team behind me. They work here full time, have about 20 to 30 years of experience blowing glass, and we're making some pitchers today, like a juice pitcher or a water pitcher. These eventually, once again, will be in the Museum of Glass store, so you can expect them on the shelves pretty soon. Now these ones are pretty unique. They started off by swirling yellow and blue transparent glass together. So we have yellow and blue swirls, and sometimes where they overlap we have some green. It's really pretty final color. And now that they've finished this picture, they are applying some water to the very end of the pipe, right at that connection, cracking it enough for it to pop off. And they'll hold it upside down so that they can torch it and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And we can see that color really nicely now that it's cooled down so much. You can see the blues and the yellows a lot easier. And just like that, we have finished another picture. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. Right alongside our first picture. Yeah. So we're getting started on the next picture again already. Just starting with the color overlay process. We'll heat up this color completely and then drop it onto that clear bubble. So once again, that color is underneath at least 2 layers of clear for this project. Gabe has blown this bubble out at least a little bit and has blown it up. And it's just kind of shaping it to the rough contour of the inside of the mold that we'll be using, which once again, we're using a pineapple mold. And gathering over top of all those small dimples we created using that mold is going to trap perfectly spaced air bubbles within the walls of the piece. As we blow this piece out more and more, you'll be able to see those air bubbles better. We immediately come to the center bench and start to use the block. This wooden spoon-shaped tool will smooth and even all this glass out, making sure the bubble blows out evenly. And next they start to blow this up. Using all of that residual heat, Sarah will start using this pad of newspaper to shape the glass as it's continuously blown out more. Hanging it down towards the floor, we're stretching this glass out, creating a longer, narrower shape, while also creating the jack line at the same time. The jack line is this divot forming near the end of the pipe. We'll eventually break the entire piece off from that line later on. And now focusing most of the heat on just the bottom of the bubble, we'll flatten it with a wooden paddle. Right now we're just keeping the overall piece warm at the center bench. Meanwhile, over on the right, Ben is preparing another pipe to be brought over and attached to the center of the bottom of the piece. And to break the piece off, they've simply applied a little bit of water and then tapped the pipe. And at this point, we've flipped the orientation of the piece, which means we can start opening it up and finishing it off. And I assume this is the last picture, so enjoy this while it lasts, of course. While that connection between the pipe and the bottom of the piece is still warm, Sarah's centering it, supporting the weight from the other side using a pair of tweezers.